Welcome back, sleepyheads. I've got some truly chilling stories lined up for you tonight. Tales that will make the shadows feel alive and send a shiver down your spine. So find a cozy spot, settle in, and let the darkness wrap around you. If you're enjoying these eerie stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. And before you drift off, leave me a comment telling me what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. I love seeing who's joining me in the dark. Now, let's begin. I live in a small brick house on a quiet street in Toronto. The kind of place where the evenings are filled with the gentle murmur of neighbors heading home and the distant glow of porch lights flickering on. For years it felt safe, familiar, but something has changed, and now I find myself waiting every night for the moment when the knocking begins. It started about a month ago. I remember waking up in the darkness, the room cold and still, the ticking of the old clock on the wall the only sound. Then I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on the back door, 3 times steady and measured, as if someone was standing there, counting out the seconds between each tap. I lay there in bed, my heart thudding in the silence. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe the old wood settling in the night, but I knew the sound of a knock. I had heard it 1,000 times and there was no mistaking it for anything else. I got up and padded down the narrow hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The kitchen was dark, the soft glow of the street lamp outside spilling in through the window over the sink. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the doorknob, listening. Nothing, just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint rustle of leaves outside. I took a deep breath and turned the lock, pulling the door open just a crack. The alley behind the house was empty, the shadows long and still. I stood there, peering out into the darkness, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. Just the quiet of the night and the soft breath of the cold air against my face. I closed the door and went back to bed, telling myself it was just my imagination, but I could not shake the feeling that something had been there, standing just beyond the reach of the light. The next night, it happened again. 3 soft knocks, always at the same time, 3 in the morning. I woke up the moment I heard it, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. This time I did not hesitate. I got up and went to the door, the cold floor biting at my bare feet. Again, nothing, no movement, no sign of anyone at all. But as I stood there, peering out into the shadows, I saw something, a shape. Tall and thin, just at the edge of the light cast by the alley lamp. It was there for a moment, a flicker of movement, and then it was gone. My breath caught in my throat, and I slammed the door shut, turning the lock with hands that would not stop shaking. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the light, a branch moving in the wind. But I knew it was not. I had seen it, a shadow that moved like a man, standing there in the cold watching me. The nights since have all been the same. 3 in the morning, 3 soft knocks, sometimes at the back door, sometimes at the window over the sink. I stopped sleeping in my bed, choosing instead to sit in the living room with the lights on, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders like a shield. But even in the soft glow of the lamps I could feel it. The weight of that shadow waiting for me, patient and silent. I tried to tell someone once. My brother came by for dinner a few nights after it started. He laughed it off, said it was probably some local kid playing a prank. But the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching told me he did not really believe that. He saw the dark circles under my eyes, the way I flinched at every small sound. The truth is, I do not know what to believe. I have never been one to scare easy, but this is different. It feels like something older, something that does not care if I believe or not. It is there, every night, knocking at the same hour like a question that does not need an answer. I have tried everything to make it stop. I put up new locks, added extra bolts to the doors. I even bought a small security camera and set it up in the kitchen window, the red light a small comfort in the darkness. But the camera never catches anything. No movement, no shape. Just the empty alley, the quiet street. It is like he only exists when I am the one watching. Sometimes I wonder if it is all in my head, if the long nights and the soft press of the dark have finally gotten to me. But then I hear it again, that steady knock, and I know it is real. It is too deliberate, too patient to be a dream. Last night it was worse. The knocking started at the back door, but then it moved, slowly, steadily, like he was walking around the house. 3 knocks at the window in the kitchen. Then at the window in the hallway. I sat there on the couch, my hands clenched in the blanket, listening as he moved closer and closer, the rhythm of it unchanging, like a heartbeat in the silence. I did not open the door. I did not look outside. I just sat there, my eyes fixed on the wall, my breath coming in short, shaky bursts. When the knocking finally stopped, the quiet was almost worse. I waited for hours, listening for any sign that he was still there, but there was nothing. Just the soft tick of the clock and the distant sound of a car passing by on the street. Now, I sit here with the lights on and the blanket still wrapped tight around me. It is almost 3 in the morning again, and I know he will come. I can feel it, the slow crawl of something moving in the dark, the soft echo of footsteps that are not really there. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is a man, or a shadow, or something else entirely. But I know that he will keep coming night after night, until I find the courage to open the door and face whatever waits in the darkness. And tonight, I think I just might. The night after I decided I might open the door was the longest one yet. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the soft hum of the fridge in the kitchen the only sound. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds like it was counting down to something I was not sure I wanted to see. I wrapped myself tighter in the blanket, the weight of it grounding me in the stillness. My hands were cold, and every few minutes I would stand up and check the locks on the doors and windows, just to be sure. I kept telling myself that if it was just some man playing tricks, I would see him clearly when I opened the door. Maybe he would be gone when he saw me face to face, the spell of his knocking broken by the bright light of my kitchen. But in the back of my mind, I knew that was not really what I believed. There was something about the way he came every night, always at 3 in the morning, that felt too precise, too measured to be some random prowler. When the clock finally clicked over to 3, I held my breath. The first knock came, soft and deliberate, just like always. 3 quick raps, as steady as the tick of the second hand. My heart jumped in my chest, and I felt my fingers tighten around the edge of the blanket. The next knock was at the window by the sink, the sound sharp against the glass. I could not see him from where I sat, but I could feel him there, just beyond the thin pane that separated us. I stood up slowly, my feet cold on the wooden floor. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking underwater. I paused in the doorway to the kitchen, listening to the silence that fell after the knocking stopped. My breath was loud in the quiet, each inhale a sharp reminder that I was still here, still alive. I stepped into the kitchen and walked to the window. The alley was empty, the light from the street lamp casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked pavement. But in the reflection of the glass, I thought I saw something move, a flicker of darkness, gone as quickly as it had come. I reached for the door, my fingers brushing the cold metal of the lock. For a moment, I thought I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in the hollow of my chest. I turned the lock slowly, the click of it too loud in the silence. Then I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. The air outside was cold and smelled faintly of damp earth and old stone. The alley was as empty as it had been every night before, the shadows long and still. But I could feel him there, somewhere just beyond the reach of the light, watching. I stepped back and closed the door, turning the lock with hands that would not stop shaking. I stood there for a long time, my back pressed against the cool wood, listening to the quiet. There was no more knocking that night, no more sounds to chase me back to the safety of the couch. Just the slow, steady beat of my heart and the faint creak of the old house settling into the cold. The next morning, I woke up to a bright sun streaming in through the living room windows. The light felt like a small mercy, warm and gentle against my face. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the taste of it bitter and sharp on my tongue. The world outside looked so normal in the daylight. Children walking to school, the soft rumble of the garbage truck down the street. But I could not shake the memory of that knock, the echo of it still living in my bones. I spent the afternoon trying to keep busy. I cleaned the flat, scrubbing every surface until my hands were raw. I opened the windows to let in the fresh air, the cool breeze stirring the curtains and making the shadows dance on the walls. I told myself that if I could make the space feel new again, maybe I could leave the fear behind with the dust and the dirt. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the weight of the night began to settle over me again. I made dinner but barely tasted it, my mind drifting back to that quiet alley and the shape I had seen in the reflection of the window. I washed the dishes slowly, the warm water and the soft clink of the plates a small comfort in the gathering dark. I tried to tell myself that I would not sit up that night, that I would go to bed and let the knocking come and go without me. But as the hours crept closer to 3, I found myself back in the living room, the blanket wrapped around my shoulders, the lights burning bright and soft. The clock ticked away the seconds, each one a small pulse in the silence. When the first knock came, I did not move. I just sat there, my breath caught in my throat, listening to the steady rhythm of it. 3 knocks, then silence. 3 knocks at the window, then silence again. It felt like a ritual, a quiet conversation that I was only just beginning to understand. I wanted to stand up and throw open the door, to face whatever waited there and be done with it. But I stayed in my seat, the fear holding me like a hand around my wrist. I thought about the stories my grandmother used to tell me when I was a child, about the shadow man who came for those who listened too long to the whispers in the dark. When the knocking finally stopped, I let out a breath I had not realized I had been holding. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound. It was so complete, so final, that it felt like the world had stopped moving altogether. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the quiet, the soft glow of the lamps the only light in the room, and waited for the dawn. When the sun finally rose, I felt a strange kind of calm settle over me, like I had made it through something I did not have a name for. But deep down, I knew that the shadow man would be back, and I knew that I was still not ready to see what waited in the dark. The next few days felt like I was moving through a fog. Everything looked the same in the daylight, the same shops and quiet streets, the same neighbor waving as she carried groceries inside. But it felt like the world had lost some of its warmth, like there was a thin layer of frost on every word and every smile. I went to work and I talked to people, but my mind was always somewhere else, always waiting for 3 a.m. to come around again. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just some stranger passing through, some strange man who had found a rhythm in the night and decided to keep knocking until he grew bored and moved on. But the part of me that still lay awake long after midnight knew better. It was in the way the knocking was always the same, always 3 a.m, never early and never late. It was in the way the shadow moved outside the window, patient and silent, like it was waiting for me to look just a little too long. I started to see him even when the sun was high and the street was full of people. I would be walking home from the store and I would catch a glimpse of a tall, thin shape in the corner of my eye. Or I would be doing dishes at the kitchen sink and see that flicker of movement in the reflection of the glass. It never stayed long enough to be sure, never close enough to call out to. But it was always there, just at the edge of the light. One evening, I decided I needed to do something. I was tired of feeling like a ghost in my own house, tired of waiting for the knocking to come. I went to the hardware store and bought a motion light, the kind that flicks on bright as day if anything moves outside. I put it up over the back door, my hands shaking a little as I screwed it into place. When I was done, I stood there for a long time, staring out into the alley. The light was off, the shadows deep and still, but I felt a little stronger knowing that if he came again, at least I would see him clearly. That night, I sat in the living room with the blanket around my shoulders, the clock ticking away the minutes in the quiet. I watched the window, my eyes heavy and dry, and waited. When the hands on the clock moved past 3, I held my breath. The first knock came, soft and steady. I felt my heart start to race, the sound as clear as a voice in the dark. 3 soft knocks, then silence. I sat there, my hands clenched tight in the blanket, listening for the sound of the motion light flicking on. But it stayed dark, the alley outside as still as it had always been. The second knock came at the window by the sink, the sound sharp against the glass. I turned my head slowly, my breath catching in my throat. I could see the faint reflection of the light in the alley, still off, the shadows deep and undisturbed, but I knew he was there. I could feel it, the cold weight of his presence pressing in from the other side of the glass. I wanted to stand up, to go to the door and throw it open, and end it all, but I stayed where I was, my body locked in place by a fear that felt older than the house itself. The knocking stopped, the quiet that followed almost gentle. I let out a slow breath, my hands trembling. When dawn came, I went outside and looked at the motion light. It was working fine, the small red light steady and sure. I tested it myself, walking back and forth until it flicked on, bright and blinding in the gray morning, but it had not caught him. Whatever he was, he moved in a way that did not trigger the light, in a way that did not belong to the world I knew. I spent the rest of the day in a kind of daze. My mind kept going back to that moment, the way the knocking had sounded so close, so sure. I thought about calling someone, about asking if they had seen anything strange, but every time I picked up the phone, the words felt too heavy to say out loud. That evening I walked down the alley, the light from the street lamp spilling in pale circles on the cracked pavement. The bricks of the houses on either side felt close and cold, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and old stone. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant sound of traffic on the main road. I did not see him that night, but I felt him, like a weight in the shadows, a breath on the back of my neck that never quite touched my skin. I went back inside and locked the door, the sound of the bolt sliding home a small comfort. I made tea and sat at the kitchen table, the warmth of the cup in my hands grounding me in the quiet. I told myself again that it would stop, that maybe this was the last night I would have to hear that soft, patient knock. But deep down I knew it would not end, not until I was ready to face him, not until I was ready to open the door and see what waited on the other side. That night I did not sleep at all. I sat in the living room with the lights off, the darkness pressing in close and quiet. I watched the clock, the slow creep of the hands across the face, and waited for 3 a.m. to come again. The next night felt different. I could not say why exactly, but there was a heaviness in the air that settled over everything like a thick fog. I spent the day trying to keep busy, cleaning every corner of the house, rearranging shelves, scrubbing the floors until my hands were raw. But nothing I did could shake that quiet tension that had settled over me. It was like the hours themselves were holding their breath, waiting for 3 a.m. to come again. When the sun began to set, I made dinner, though I had no appetite. I forced down a few bites and then set the plate in the sink, the scrape of the fork on the porcelain loud in the stillness. The house felt too quiet, each creak of the floorboards like a whisper just out of reach. I turned on the radio for a while, the soft murmur of voices filling the room with something like comfort. But even that felt hollow, the words drifting past me like smoke. As midnight came and went, I found myself sitting on the edge of the couch, the blanket wrapped tight around my shoulders, my eyes fixed on the small clock on the mantel. Each tick of the second hand was a slow echo in the room, a small marker of the time slipping by. I kept telling myself that this would be the night I would not give in to the fear, that this would be the night I would stand up and see him for what he was. But as the minutes crawled by, the fear only grew. It was not the loud, sudden fear that makes your breath catch and your heart race. It was something deeper, something that lived in the hollow of my chest and spread cold fingers through every breath. It was the fear that comes when you know something is waiting for you, and you have no choice but to meet it. At 3 a.m, the first knock came, soft and steady just like every night before. 3 gentle raps against the back door, so quiet they might have been nothing but the memory of a sound. My hands tightened around the edge of the blanket, the fabric pulled taut between my fingers. I did not move. I just sat there, listening. The second knock came at the window, the sound sharper now, a quiet insistence that pulled at something deep inside me. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm in the silence. I could almost feel the weight of his presence outside, the shape of him waiting just beyond the glass. I stood up slowly, the blanket slipping from my shoulders to pool at my feet. My legs felt heavy, each step a deliberate choice as I walked to the kitchen. The light above the sink was still on, casting a soft glow across the empty countertops. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the cool edge of the sink, and looked out into the darkness. The alley was as empty as it had always been, the motion light still and silent above the door. But in the faint reflection of the glass, I saw him. A tall, thin shape, darker than the shadows around it, standing perfectly still. My breath fogged the window in a soft cloud, and for a moment it almost looked like he was breathing with me, our breaths mingling in the cold night air. I reached for the lock, my hand trembling. Part of me wanted to turn away, to walk back to the couch and pull the blanket tight around me, and pretend it was all just a dream. But another part of me, a quiet voice that had been growing louder with each passing night, told me that I could not hide anymore, that I had to see him, to know him. I turned the lock slowly, the soft click loud in the silence. I took a deep breath and pulled the door open, just a crack at first, the cold air rushing in to wrap around my ankles. The alley was empty. The light above the door stayed dark, the shadows deep and undisturbed, but I could feel him there, standing just beyond the reach of the light, the weight of his gaze pressing in around me. I stepped back and opened the door wider, the old hinges groaning softly. The cold night air swept in, and I stood there for a long moment, staring out into the darkness. I did not see him, but I knew he was there. I could feel it in the way the shadows seemed to breathe, in the way the air itself felt alive. I waited. The cold seeped into my bones, but I did not move. I wanted to hear his voice, to see the shape of his face, to know if there was anything human in the dark, but the silence held. No movement, no sound, just the quiet breath of the night and the soft beat of my heart in the hollow of my chest. After what felt like forever, I closed the door and turned the lock again. I stood there with my hand still on the knob, the chill of the metal grounding me in the moment. I was shaking, but it was not from the cold. It was from the knowing, the quiet certainty that he would come again, that this was not the end of it. I went back to the couch and pulled the blanket around me, the soft weight of it a small comfort in the quiet. I sat there until the first light of dawn crept in through the windows, the soft blue of the morning sky washing away the last of the night, and in that light I felt something like peace. Not because I thought it was over, but because I had finally faced the thing that had been waiting for me in the dark. I knew he would come again, and I knew that when he did, I would be ready. The days after I finally opened the door were some of the strangest I have ever lived through. It was like I had stepped out of one world and into another, one where the air itself seemed to hum with something I could not name. I found myself looking at everything a little closer, listening for the small sounds in the quiet spaces of the day. Even in the bright light of morning, I could feel the memory of that cold night clinging to me, the quiet weight of the dark pressing against my skin. I kept telling myself it was over, that opening the door had been enough, that the shadow man had seen me standing there and would leave me alone now. But in my heart, I knew that was not true. There was something in the way he had waited, something in the patience of those 3 soft knocks that told me he was not finished yet. At work, I was distracted, my mind always drifting back to that moment in the alley, the feel of the cold air on my face, the quiet press of the dark against my skin. My co-workers noticed. They asked if I was all right, if I was sleeping enough. I lied, said I was just a little tired, just a little worn out from too many late nights. But I could see the worry in their eyes, the way they watched me when they thought I was not paying attention. At night, I tried to sleep, but it always felt like there was something just outside the edge of my dreams, some soft voice calling to me from the dark. I would wake up gasping, my heart pounding, the room around me too still, too quiet, and always, I would find myself listening for that soft knock at the door. One night, I decided I could not wait anymore. I needed to know. I needed to understand what he wanted from me, why he kept coming back. I sat in the kitchen, the light above the sink casting a warm glow over the worn wooden table. I made a pot of tea, the steam curling in the cool air, and I waited. The clock on the wall ticked away the minutes, the soft rhythm of it almost soothing. I thought about all the nights I had spent waiting, the way the fear had become a part of the air I breathed. But tonight felt different. Tonight, I felt something close to calm. At 3 a.m, the first knock came. I closed my eyes and let the sound wash over me, soft and deliberate. 3 measured beats against the wood. I took a deep breath and stood up, my feet cold on the floor, my hands steady for the first time in weeks. I walked to the door and placed my hand on the lock, the metal cool and smooth under my fingers. I did not open it. Instead, I spoke. My voice was quiet, but it felt strong in the silence. "I know you are there," I said. "I see you. I hear you. What do you want from me?" There was no answer, just the soft hush of the wind outside and the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. I waited, my breath slow and steady, my heart a soft thrum in the quiet. Then for the first time the knocking came again, faster this time, a quiet urgency that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I opened the door. The alley was empty, the light from the street lamp soft and pale against the wet pavement. The air was cold and smelled of rain and old stone. I stepped out onto the small stoop, the chill biting at my bare feet, and I looked into the dark. At first I saw nothing, just the quiet hush of the night, the soft rustle of the wind through the narrow space between the buildings. But then, at the very edge of the light, I saw him. He was standing there, tall and thin, his shape just a shadow against the darkness. He did not move, did not speak. But I could feel his gaze, heavy and patient, like he had been waiting for me to see him all along. For a long moment, we just stood there, the quiet stretching out between us like a held breath. I wanted to ask him again, to demand to know why he had chosen me, what he was looking for. But the words would not come. I realized then that maybe it was not about answers. Maybe it was about seeing him, really seeing him, and letting him see me in return. I took a step forward, the cold of the stone sharp under my feet. The shadow man did not move, but the air around him seemed to shimmer, like the darkness itself was alive, breathing in the night. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I did not turn away. I stood there until the first light of dawn began to creep over the rooftops, the pale glow washing the shadows away inch by inch. As the light grew, the shape of him began to fade, the edges of the darkness softening until there was nothing left but the quiet of the alley and the soft sigh of the wind. I went back inside and closed the door, the lock sliding home with a quiet finality that felt like a promise. I stood there for a long moment, my hand still resting on the wood, and I realized I was not afraid anymore. I did not know what he was or why he had come to me, but I knew that I had faced him, that I had stood in the cold and the dark and met his gaze without flinching. When the sun rose fully and the light of day filled the kitchen, I sat down at the table and made another cup of tea. I watched the steam curl up into the quiet morning air, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. I knew he would come again. I could feel it in the quiet spaces of the day, in the soft hush of the wind at night. But I was not afraid. Because now, when I heard that soft knock at 3 a.m, I would know it for what it was. A reminder that some shadows are meant to be seen. In the days that followed, I felt a quiet kind of calm settle over me. The fear that had once pressed down on my chest like a weight had shifted, easing into something more like acceptance. I still heard the knocking at 3 a.m, still felt the presence of the shadow man outside my door, but it no longer held the same power over me. I had seen him. I had looked into the darkness and found that I was still standing when the sun rose. I went about my days like I always had, but there was a new lightness in my step, a small smile that I carried with me even in the quiet hours. My coworkers noticed. They asked if I was sleeping better, if I was feeling more like myself. I told them yes, and it was the truth, at least in the way that mattered most. At night, I no longer sat in the living room with the lights on, waiting for the knocking to start. Instead, I let the house rest in the darkness, the soft sigh of the old wood settling around me like a gentle hand. I would lie in bed and listen to the wind outside, the soft rustle of the leaves and the distant hum of the city. And when the knocking came, as it always did, I would let it wash over me like a song I had learned to hum along with. Sometimes I would get up and stand at the window, my bare feet cool against the worn floorboards. I would look out into the alley, the light from the street lamp painting long shadows across the pavement. Most nights it was empty, just the quiet hush of the city sleeping. But sometimes I would see him, just a shape at the edge of the light, tall and still, watching. I never tried to open the door again. I did not need to. I had already seen him, already stood in the cold air and met his gaze. I understood now that it was not about answers or explanations. It was about presence, about the way some things slip between the cracks of the world and leave their mark on those who are willing to see. I started to write about it in a small notebook, the pages filling with slow, careful words. Not just the story of the shadow man, but the way it had changed me, the way it had taught me to look at the quiet spaces of the night with something like respect. I wrote about the fear, yes, but also about the calm that had come after, the way the darkness could hold both terror and comfort in the same breath. One evening, as the last light of the day faded, and the first cool breath of night settled over the city, I took a walk. I wandered through the narrow streets, the soft glow of the lamps painting the old brick in warm gold. The world felt softer somehow, the shadows less sharp, the quiet more like a song than a threat. I stopped by a small park, the trees tall and black against the pale sky. I sat on a bench and closed my eyes, letting the night settle around me. I thought about that first night, the way the knocking had felt like a question I did not have the words to answer. And I thought about how far I had come, how the fear had given way to something deeper, something that felt almost like understanding. When I got home, I made tea and sat by the window, the warm cup cradled in my hands. The alley was empty. the soft glow of the street lamp steady and sure. But I could feel him there, even if I could not see him, a quiet presence in the night, a reminder that some things are not meant to be understood, only witnessed. At 3 in the morning the knocking came, 3 soft raps, steady and deliberate, like a heartbeat in the quiet. I did not flinch, I did not hide. I just sat there and listened, my breath slow and even, the warmth of the tea grounding me in the dark. I knew then that this was how it would be. The shadow man would keep knocking and I would keep listening. It was not a curse or a gift. It was just a part of the night, a part of me that I had learned to carry without fear. As the first light of dawn crept over the rooftops, I felt a soft peace settle in my chest. The knocking had stopped, the quiet of the early morning wrapping around me like a promise. I stood up and opened the curtains, the pale light of the sun washing the world clean and bright. I looked out at the alley one last time, the stones wet with dew, the air cool and sweet, and I smiled, a small, quiet smile that felt like the truest thing I had ever known. Because I understood now that some shadows are not meant to be chased away. Some shadows are just part of the night, as much as the moon and the wind and the soft, patient beat of your own heart. I turned away from the window and walked into the kitchen, the day waiting for me like an old friend. I made another cup of tea and sat at the table, the soft clink of the spoon against the cup, a small, steady comfort. Outside, the city woke slowly, the sound of footsteps and laughter drifting in through the open window. I let the warmth of the tea fill me, the soft hush of the morning, a gentle song in the back of my mind. And in that quiet moment, I knew that I was all right. The shadow man would come again, as he always did, but he did not own the night. The night was mine too, filled with light and breath, and the small, sweet comforts that make a life. I took a deep breath and let it out slow, the steam of the tea curling up into the soft light of the kitchen. The world was still and quiet and full of promise, and I was ready to meet it, one slow, patient moment at a time. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in, nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt, or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary, early 50s maybe. No visible scars or dirt, no signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by "he said I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back, when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink, I checked the time again. 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kid's window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kid's window. Jen's face tightened. Are you sure? She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed. like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still. Head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal, changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there, before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank. Not expressionless. She looked sad. Not weeping, not dramatic. Just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled. Barely. Just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand. Not waving. Pointing. Upstairs again. At the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. "I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes." No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. "I'll wait as long as it takes." That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. What's your name? She tilted her head. You used to know it. I don't. A soft smile. Not yet. You keep coming here, why? She looked up at the house. Because he said I could. Who's he? You. I swallowed. I never said that. You did, a long time ago. I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. You can't be here. I know. She looked down at her hands, but I don't have anywhere else to be. We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with "How long has it been since your last visit?" I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed, because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard, and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we?" I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back," and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real?" Her smile didn't change. "You're asking the wrong question." "What's the right one?" She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking." "I didn't mean to." "I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No, because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time, she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time, I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did, but the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, "It was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better. but also the reason it got so bad. I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. I have never really talked about what happened that night, maybe because it still makes me feel like I am standing there all over again, in the cold quiet of those old walls, my breath fogging in the dim light. Or maybe because it sounds like something you tell to scare kids around a campfire, a ghost story that lives in the dark corners of memory. But it was real to me, as real as the stale smell of flowers in the halls and the soft creak of the floorboards beneath my boots. I used to work security for an old funeral home in Lancaster. It had been there since the 1800s, a hulking stone building that seemed to lean in on itself as the years went by. My job was simple enough. Walk the halls every hour, make sure no one had broken in, and keep an eye on the cameras that flickered in black and white in the tiny office at the back. Most nights it was just me and the echoes. The way that place was built, every small sound seemed to come back to you twice, like the building was breathing along with you. I got used to it after a while, the way you get used to the smell of old wood and disinfectant. But there was always something about that place that made the skin on the back of my neck prickle, like it was watching me even when I was alone. My last night there was like any other. The manager had already left for the evening. The last of the families had said their quiet goodbyes, and I was alone with the silence. I walked the halls like I always did, checking the locks and the doors, my flashlight cutting thin lines through the dark. The lights in the chapel were still on, a soft glow that made the stained glass windows look like they were holding back the night. It was just past midnight when I heard it, soft at first, like someone humming to themselves in the dark. I stopped in the middle of the hallway, the beam of my flashlight jittering on the wall as my hand tightened around it. The sound was coming from the embalming room at the end of the hall, a low, wavering song that rose and fell like a breath. I stood there for a moment, my heart beating too fast in my chest. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk away, to leave that song behind me and never think of it again. But I had never been one to scare easy, and I told myself it was just the pipes, or the wind pushing through the old boards. I walked down the hall slowly, the singing growing louder with each step. It was a woman's voice, soft and sad, like she was singing just for herself. The door to the embalming room was slightly ajar, a thin line of light spilling out onto the cracked tiles of the hallway. I pushed it open with the edge of my boot and stepped inside. The room was empty. The stainless steel table in the center gleamed in the light of the single bulb overhead, and the air smelled sharp and clean, like chemicals and old stone. But there was no one there. No woman, no shadow, just the cold quiet of the room. I stood there for a moment, listening to the echo of my own breath. The slab was wet, a thin sheen of water, or something like it, glistening under the light. It looked like someone had just stepped off it, the shape of a heel, the smudge of a toe still visible in the thin film of moisture. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. My flashlight felt heavy in my hand, the weight of it somehow not as comforting as it should have been. I backed away slowly, my boots slipping a little on the wet floor. I could still hear that singing, though I knew it was only in my head now, a ghost of a voice that seemed to cling to the air. I turned and walked out of the room, pulling the door shut behind me with a soft click that sounded much too loud in the empty hall. My reflection in the small window of the door looked pale and tired, my eyes wide and staring back at me like a stranger. I did not go back to the office right away. I walked the halls again, slower this time, my ears straining for any other sound. The whole building felt different now, like it was holding its breath. Every step echoed too loud. Every shadow seemed to watch me as I passed. When I finally sat down in the chair in front of the monitors, I could still feel the cold of that room in my bones. I stared at the black and white screens, the grainy images of empty hallways and still rooms. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but I could not shake the feeling that if I turned around I would see her there, standing in the doorway with that song still on her lips. I made it until dawn. I sat there in that small office, the flicker of the monitors the only light, and waited for the morning to come. I kept expecting to hear her voice again, but the building was silent. When the sun finally rose and the first light of day crept in through the high windows, I took off my badge and left it on the desk. I did not say goodbye. I did not lock the door behind me. I just walked out into the early morning air, the sky pale and bright, and did not look back. I never went back to that funeral home. I told myself it was just a job, just another place to leave behind. But some nights, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long and thin across the walls, I still hear that singing, soft and sad, like it is following me even now. And I wonder if some places keep a part of you, even after you are gone, if some voices never really stop singing, no matter how long you try to forget. After I left that morning, I tried to put it all behind me. I told myself it had been the stress of working nights, the long hours spent alone with nothing but my own thoughts and the echoes of an old building. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind, a memory of music that had clung to the air long after the last note had faded. But no matter how many times I repeated those things, I could not make myself believe them. I kept thinking about the wet slab, the way it had glistened in the dim light like someone had just been there, the way the singing had stopped the moment I stepped inside, leaving only the cold quiet of that room. It was not the kind of thing you could explain away with tiredness or shadows. It was something that had reached out of the darkness and touched me, and no matter how far I tried to run from it, I could still feel the chill of that touch on my skin. For the first few nights after, I barely slept. I would lie in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin, my eyes open and fixed on the ceiling, waiting for that soft voice to find me again in the dark. Every creak of the old pipes, every sigh of the wind against the window felt like a promise that it would. I kept my phone by the bed, the screen turned low, as if that small glow of light could keep the shadows at bay, but it never felt like enough. I tried to tell myself it was over, that whatever I had heard that night was just that one night, that it would not follow me beyond those cold stone walls. But I could feel it in the back of my mind, that slow, patient presence that had watched me from the embalming room. I would catch myself staring at dark corners in my flat, half expecting to see the flicker of movement, the pale outline of something that should not be there. One evening, I went out for a walk, just to clear my head. The air was sharp and cold, the sky heavy with low gray clouds that seemed to press down on the world. I walked slowly, the rhythm of my steps on the pavement a small comfort in the quiet of the street. I kept my hands in my pockets, my shoulders hunched against the cold, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone, that the shadows behind me were moving when I turned away, that every step was being watched. I stopped by a small coffee shop and ordered something hot just to have something warm in my hands. I sat by the window and watched the world move past outside, people wrapped in coats and scarves, their heads down against the wind. They all looked so sure of where they were going, so sure of the world beneath their feet. I envied them that certainty. I thought about the funeral home, about the way it had seemed to lean into the night, its dark windows like watching eyes. I thought about the families that came there, the way they moved through those halls with quiet steps and lowered voices, as if even in death, the walls were listening. And I thought about the slab, wet and waiting, like it was holding a story I was never meant to hear. When I finally went home, the flat felt too quiet. I turned on the television, letting the soft chatter of voices fill the room, but it did not help. I kept seeing the door to the embalming room in my mind, the thin line of light that had spilled out into the hall, the way the song had seemed to hover in the air like it was breathing. I poured myself a drink and sat on the couch, the glass cold in my hand. I tried to remember the tune of that song, but it slipped away from me every time I reached for it, like water through my fingers. It was not the kind of melody you could hum to yourself or write down. It was something older, something that felt like it had always been there, waiting for someone to hear. That night I dreamed of the funeral home. In the dream I was standing in the hallway again, the light from my torch flickering across the dark wood of the doors. The singing was there too, soft and low, echoing through the halls like a heartbeat. I walked towards it, my steps slow and careful, each one feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the embalming room, the door was open. The light inside was too bright, almost blinding, and the air was thick with the sharp scent of chemicals. I stepped inside, and there she was. A woman standing beside the slab, her skin pale and her hair dark and tangled around her shoulders. She was singing, her lips moving slowly, her voice a soft hum that seemed to pull the air out of the room. She looked at me and smiled, and in that smile, I saw something that made my stomach twist. It was not kindness, not sadness. It was something else. Something that said she had been waiting for me. I woke up with a start, my heart racing, the taste of the air in that room still in my mouth. My flat was quiet, the only sound the low murmur of the radiator. But I could still hear her voice, soft and distant, like it was coming from somewhere just beyond the walls. I sat there for a long time, listening to the quiet, my hands shaking in the dark. I thought about going back to the funeral home, about standing in that hallway one more time just to prove to myself that it had been real, but I knew I would never step inside that building again. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Instead, I got up and walked to the window, looking out at the empty street below. The world looked so normal in the early morning light, the sky slowly turning from gray to pale blue, but I knew better. I knew that there are places where the dead do not sleep, where the echoes of their voices can still find you long after you have left them behind. And in the quiet of that moment, I knew that whatever had been waiting in that room, it was not done with me yet. The days that followed were a blur of restless sleep and uneasy silence. I tried to go about my routine, but everything felt off. The world outside my flat seemed distant, like I was watching it through a fogged window. I kept the curtains drawn, the lights low, and the television on, hoping the noise would drown out the thoughts that kept circling in my mind. I couldn't shake the memory of that song, the way it had echoed through the embalming room, soft and mournful. It haunted me, slipping into my dreams and waking moments alike. I would catch myself humming it under my breath, the melody etched into my memory like a scar. One evening, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The streets of Lancaster were quiet, the usual bustle subdued. I wandered aimlessly, my feet leading me without direction. As I passed by the old funeral home, I felt a chill run down my spine. The building loomed in the fading light, its stone facade casting long shadows across the pavement. I paused, staring up at the dark windows. The place looked the same as it always had, but there was something different about it now. It felt heavier, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I shook my head and turned away, quickening my pace as I headed back home. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the melody of the song playing over and over in my mind. I tried to distract myself, reading, watching television, anything to keep my thoughts occupied. But nothing worked. The song was relentless, a constant presence in the back of my mind. Around 3 a.m, I heard a noise. It was faint, barely audible, but it made my blood run cold. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the floor above me. I lived on the top floor of the building. There was no one above me. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear. The footsteps continued, growing louder, closer. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. I crept out of bed and moved towards the door, every nerve in my body on edge. As I reached the hallway, the footsteps stopped. The silence was deafening. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A shadow, fleeting and insubstantial, darted across the wall. I spun around, the flashlight beam dancing wildly, but there was nothing there. I backed into my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I sat on the edge of the bed, the flashlight still in my hand, the beam trembling as I tried to steady my breathing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called a friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in a while. I needed to talk to someone, to hear a familiar voice. We chatted about mundane things, catching up on life, but I couldn't bring myself to mention what had been happening. It sounded too crazy, too unreal. After the call, I sat in silence, the weight of the past few days pressing down on me. I knew I couldn't keep going like this. I needed answers, closure. I needed to confront whatever was haunting me. That evening, as the sun set and the shadows lengthened, I made a decision. I would go back to the funeral home. I needed to see it again, to face whatever was there. I packed a small bag with a flashlight, a notebook, and a camera. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I wanted to be prepared. I arrived at the funeral home just after midnight. The building stood silent and imposing, its dark windows like empty eyes. I approached the front door, my footsteps echoing on the stone steps. The door was locked, as I expected, but I knew another way in. Around the back of the building, there was a small service entrance. I had used it during my time working there, and I knew it was rarely secured. I tried the handle, and to my surprise, it turned. The door creaked open, revealing the dark interior. I stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of old wood and disinfectant. I turned on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. The hallway stretched out before me, familiar and yet foreign. I moved slowly, my footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. As I made my way through the building, memories came flooding back. The quiet moments spent in the chapel, the hushed conversations with grieving families, the endless hours of solitude. It all felt so distant now, like a different life. I reached the embalming room, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was just as I remembered it, the stainless steel table gleaming under the harsh overhead light. But something was different. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. I stepped inside, the door closing behind me with a soft click. I approached the table, my flashlight beam steady. The surface was dry, clean. There was no sign of the wetness I had seen that night. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what I was looking for. Then I heard it, the song, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It echoed through the room, wrapping around me like a shroud. I turned, trying to locate the source, but there was no one there. The temperature dropped, the air growing colder with each passing second. My breath fogged in the beam of the flashlight, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The song grew louder, more insistent. I backed away from the table, my heart pounding. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing closer. I turned and fled, the door swinging open before me. I ran through the hallways, the song following me, echoing off the walls. I burst out of the service entrance, the cold night air hitting me like a wave. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and finally managed to start the engine. I drove away, not looking back. I don't know what I encountered that night, whether it was a ghost, a residual echo, or something else entirely. But I do know that the funeral home is not just a building. It's a place where the veil between the living and the dead is thin, where the past lingers, and the echoes of the departed still sing their mournful songs. When I got home that night, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, my breath ragged, and my heart still hammering in my chest. The air in my flat felt different, thicker somehow, like the quiet was holding its breath. I turned on every light, the warm glow spilling into every corner, but it did nothing to shake the feeling that I had brought something back with me, that maybe some part of that old building had clung to me in the darkness and followed me home. I tried to distract myself, turning on the television, flipping through the channels aimlessly, but nothing held my attention for long. My mind kept drifting back to that cold slab, to the song that had seemed to echo through the walls even after I had fled. It was not a song I could hum or write down. It was more like a memory that lived under the skin, surfacing in moments of silence when the world seemed to stop. I slept fitfully, the weight of the night pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. My dreams were full of narrow hallways and flickering lights, of soft voices singing just out of sight. I woke up with the taste of cold air in my mouth and the feeling of being watched. I sat up in bed, the dawn light gray and hesitant at the window, and told myself it had all been a dream. But the memory of that voice said otherwise. Over the next few days, I tried to settle back into some kind of routine. I went to work, I made small talk with my coworkers, I bought groceries, and read the paper like everything was normal. But nothing felt the same. The world around me seemed muted, the edges too sharp, every sound too loud in the quiet moments. One afternoon I found myself back at the edge of the woods that bordered the funeral home. I told myself I was just taking a walk, that I needed the fresh air, but I knew why I was there. I stood at the tree line, the old stone building just visible through the branches, and felt that same cold prickle run up my spine. The place looked so still, so solid and unmoving, but I knew it was not empty. I knew the walls were full of voices I would never hear in the light of day. I turned away and walked back home, the sound of the leaves crunching under my feet a small comfort in the quiet. That night I sat in my living room with the lights on, the soft hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the room. I thought about calling the manager of the funeral home, about asking if anyone else had heard that singing, but I did not. Some questions felt too dangerous to ask, like saying them out loud would make them real in a way I was not ready to face. As the days turned into weeks, the memories of that night began to blur at the edges. The song was still there, but softer now, like an echo in a long hallway. I started to convince myself that it was over, that whatever had been waiting in that building had turned its attention elsewhere. But late at night, when the world was quiet and I was alone in the dark, I could still feel it. The weight of those walls, the cold breath of the embalming room, the soft press of a song that was never meant for the living. I would sit on the couch, my hands wrapped around a mug of tea gone cold, and listen to the silence, and sometimes, just on the edge of hearing, I thought I could catch the faintest hint of that melody. I started to write it down, the words of what I remembered, the feeling of that place. I filled pages with descriptions, trying to make sense of it, to turn it into something I could hold in my hands instead of something that lived in the dark corners of my mind. But the more I wrote, the more I realized there was no shape to it. It was not a story with a beginning and an end. It was a moment, a breath, a voice that lived just outside the reach of light. One night, I woke up to the sound of singing. It was so soft, so low, that for a moment I thought it was just my own breathing. But as I lay there, I realized it was coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I got up slowly, my feet bare on the cold floor, and stepped to the door. I pressed my ear against it, the wood cool and solid under my skin. The song was clearer now, the words still impossible to make out, but the melody as familiar as my own name. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, the light from the street lamp outside, painting long shadows on the walls. There was no one there. The flat was silent, empty. But the song was still there, hanging in the air like a question I did not know how to answer. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room, the curtains drawn back so I could see the sky, and waited for the dawn. When the first light of day finally came, it felt like a small mercy. The song faded with the morning, leaving only the quiet behind. The next day, I called in sick to work and went back to the funeral home. I told myself I just needed to see it in the light of day, to prove to myself that it was nothing more than old stone and fading memories. But as I stood in front of that building, the weight of it pressed down on me like a hand on my shoulder. I did not go inside. I stood there for a long time, the wind cold on my face, and watched the shadows shift across the stone. In that moment, I understood something I had been trying to ignore. That some places are meant to be left alone. That some voices are not meant for the living to hear. I turned away and walked back down the path, the sound of my own footsteps steady and sure. I did not look back. I knew that whatever waited in those halls would still be there, long after I was gone. And I knew that I would never go back. The days after that last visit to the funeral home felt like they stretched on forever. I went back to work, but nothing felt the same. I kept my head down, focused on the tasks in front of me, but my mind was never really there. It was always back in that cold hallway, in that silent room, listening for a song that should not have been. At night, Sleep was hard to come by. I would lie in bed with the covers pulled up tight, the light from the street lamp outside painting slow, shifting patterns on the ceiling. I tried to tell myself that I had left it all behind, that the funeral home was just an old building and nothing more. But the memory of that voice was still there, like a splinter in the back of my mind. One evening I was sitting on the couch, staring at the television without really seeing it. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I reached for it out of habit. It was a message from an old coworker, someone who had worked with me at the funeral home for a few months before moving on to another job. We had not spoken in ages, but the message was short and strange enough to make my heart skip a beat. "Did you ever hear the singing?" I stared at the words for a long time, my hands cold and still. I typed back slowly, my fingers trembling. "Yes, once, in the embalming room." There was a long pause before the reply came. "I heard it too. Thought I was going mad." I did not know what to say to that. I stared at the screen, the soft glow of it painting my face in pale light. After a moment, I set the phone down and leaned back against the couch. I felt a strange sense of relief, knowing that it had not just been me, that someone else had heard it too. But that relief was tinged with something darker, a quiet fear that whatever lived in those walls was bigger and older than either of us could understand. That night, I dreamed of the funeral home again. In the dream, I was standing in the chapel, the air heavy with the scent of old flowers and candle wax. The stained glass windows were dark, the light outside swallowed up by the night. The song was there too, drifting through the air like smoke, soft and sad and endless. I turned in the dream, and there she was, a woman in a pale dress, her hair dark and tangled around her shoulders. She was standing by the door to the embalming room, her head tilted slightly as she watched me. Her lips moved slowly, the song slipping out in a breath I could almost feel on my skin. I woke up gasping, my throat tight, my hands clenched in the sheets. The room was silent, the only sound the faint tick of the old clock on the shelf. But I could still hear the last note of that song ringing in my ears. The next morning, I called my coworker. We spoke in quiet voices, both of us careful not to let the words slip too far into the light. He told me about the nights he had spent there alone, the way the halls seemed to stretch out into the dark, the way the walls felt like they were breathing. He told me about the night he had heard the singing, how he had followed it to the embalming room and found the slab wet, just like I had. We did not have answers for each other. We just had the quiet certainty that we were not alone in what we had seen. That was enough, in a way. It did not make the fear go away, but it made it feel a little less heavy, knowing that someone else carried the same weight. That afternoon, I decided to take a drive. I needed to get out of the flat, to feel the wind on my face, and remind myself that there was a world beyond those memories. I drove aimlessly, the roads winding out of the city and into the quiet green of the countryside. The sky was pale and clear, the air cool and fresh, and for a while I let myself believe that it was enough to push back the shadows. I stopped at a small diner on the edge of town, the kind of place where the coffee is always hot and the booths are worn soft by years of stories. I sat by the window and watched the cars pass by, the soft murmur of conversation around me, a gentle anchor to the present. I thought about the funeral home, about the families who had walked those halls with their heads bowed and their hearts heavy. I thought about the way the building seemed to hold on to every breath, every tear, every soft word whispered in the quiet. And I thought about the song, the way it had slipped through the cracks of the walls and found me even when I was sure I had left it behind. When I finally went home, the sun was setting, the sky streaked with soft pinks and golds. I stood in the doorway of my flat for a long moment, listening to the quiet. It felt different now, less heavy, less like it was pressing in on me from all sides. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me, the soft click of the bolt a small comfort. That night, I did not hear the song. The flat was still and silent, and I let myself believe that maybe it was over, that whatever had haunted those nights had finally let me go. But I knew better. I knew that some places never really leave you, that some songs keep singing long after the last note has faded. And in the quiet of the night, I knew that I would always carry a piece of that funeral home with me, a soft echo of a voice that was never meant for the living, a memory that would never really fade. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm of sorts, each day a small piece of normalcy I could cling to. I went to work, I took long walks in the cool evenings, and I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it was all behind me. The funeral home was just an old building, I told myself. Just a place where the past had pressed in a little too close, but nothing more. But even in those moments of quiet, the memory of that last night never really left me. It lived in the back of my mind, a soft echo that surfaced when the world grew still. I would find myself pausing in doorways, listening to the hush of the house, half expecting to hear that soft, mournful song drifting through the dark. One night, I woke up to find the world wrapped in fog. The light from the street lamps outside was nothing more than a pale glow, the mist curling around the edges of the windows like something alive. I got up and made a cup of tea, the warmth of it a small comfort in the chill of the early hours. I stood at the window and watched the fog shift and move, the shapes of the trees just ghosts in the pale light. I thought about the funeral home, about the way the shadows had seemed to breathe in those halls. I thought about the song, the way it had wrapped around me in that cold room, the way it had lingered long after I had turned and fled. And I wondered if maybe there was no real ending to it all, no neat conclusion to tie it up and put it away. I did not go back to that place, and I knew I never would, but I understood now that it did not matter. It was not about the building. It was about the way certain places, certain moments, leave their mark on you, the way they become part of the map of your life, even if you never walk those halls again. The days grew longer as spring came, the light stretching further into the evening, the air soft and full of new green. I spent more time outside, letting the sun warm my face, letting the small sounds of the world remind me that life goes on. The song was still there, a faint memory in the quiet, but it felt softer now, less like a weight and more like a reminder. One morning, I woke to the sound of birds outside my window, their chatter bright and insistent. I made coffee and sat on the small balcony, the city still quiet in the early light. I thought about all the nights I had spent listening for footsteps, waiting for a voice that did not belong to the living, and I realized that it had changed me in ways I was still trying to understand. I did not feel afraid anymore. I felt aware, like I had seen something most people never would, something that had slipped through the cracks of the world for just a moment. And though it had scared me, though it had left me with questions I would never be able to answer, it had also left me with a kind of clarity. One evening I found an old notebook tucked in the back of a drawer, pages half filled with small observations, sketches of the funeral home, snippets of that song I had tried to write down. I sat down and read through it slowly, letting the memories wash over me without fear. The last page was blank, and I found myself picking up a pen, the weight of it familiar in my hand. I did not write about the fear or the cold or the silence that had lived in those halls. I wrote about the light that came in the morning, the way the sun pushed back the shadows, the way the world kept moving forward, no matter how long the night had been. I closed the notebook and set it aside, a small smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. It felt like a kind of release, like I was finally letting go of something I had been carrying for too long. That night, I slept better than I had in months. My dreams were quiet, filled with the simple comfort of familiar places and gentle voices. When I woke in the morning, I felt lighter, like I had finally stepped out of that long, dark hallway and into the light of day. I never heard the song again. Maybe it had been waiting for me to listen, or maybe it had always been meant for someone else. All I know is that when I think of it now, it does not feel like a threat. It feels like a reminder that there is more to this world than what we can see in the light of day. The funeral home still stands, its old stone walls weathered by the years, the windows dark and watching. I do not know if others will hear what I heard or see what I saw in those quiet halls. But I know that if they do, they will find their own way to carry it, their own way to make peace with the things that slip through the cracks. And as for me, I have made my peace. I have learned that some echoes never really fade, and that is all right. They are part of the world, as much as the dawn and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. I still pass by the funeral home sometimes, the shape of it familiar in the distance, but I do not stop. I do not need to. I know what lives there, and I know what I carry with me, and that is enough. In the quiet of my own home, in the soft light of the morning, I find a kind of comfort in that, a gentle understanding that even in the darkest corners there is always a way back to the light. This is going to sound fake. I know that. If I were reading this, I'd think someone was messing around or making up office creepypasta. But I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Like if I don't document it, it'll keep slipping, like it already has. I work in one of those bleak mid-size offices you only see in the back corners of cities. Not downtown, not flashy, just 3 floors of beige hallways and break rooms that smell like burnt coffee and anxiety. We process insurance claims, that's all. I've been here for 5 years. Same cubicle, same terrible chair, same 4 co-workers in my row. We never switch desks. You know how some offices do that hot desk thing where you float around? We're not like that. Everything's fixed. So when I say there was a guy in the cubicle next to me, I mean that literally. He was always there. Always. His name was Jim. I didn't know his last name. I don't think anyone did. He was the quiet type, nodded when you said hi, didn't join in on office birthdays or bagel Fridays, but he wasn't rude. He always wore a red tie, not bright red, more like that faded maroon color, same one every day. I think he must have had 5 of the same tie. It became kind of his thing. Red tie, Brown folder, black coffee, always black, no sugar, no milk. Just poured straight from the break room pot into a chipped white mug that said number 1 something. I could never read the rest because the glaze was cracked. Every morning he got in before me. That's saying something because I'm usually here by 7:15. He'd already be sitting down, typing quietly, face blank, screens already lit. I asked him once how early he got in, and he just shrugged. Said he liked the quiet before the phones started ringing. And then yesterday, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. People take sick days. But something about the silence from his cubicle felt different, wrong somehow, like the shape of the room had changed. It's hard to explain. The kind of quiet that feels deliberate. At 10:30, I asked Janice, she sits 2 rows behind me, if she'd seen Jim this morning. She blinked at me like I'd asked her if she believed in ghosts. "Who?" she said. "Jim," I repeated. "Cubicle to the right of mine, red tie, quiet guy." She tilted her head like she was trying to place it, then shook her head. "I think you mean Rick. You sit next to Rick." I laughed a little, waiting for her to smile. She didn't, and she was dead serious. "There is no Rick in our row. There has never been a Rick." I got up and walked the floor, asked 2 more people. Same thing, blank stares. One guy said, "Are you thinking of someone from another floor?" I told him I'd sat next to Jim for 5 years, that we started around the same time, that we shared a desktop printer, that Jim once let me borrow his space heater in the winter when the vents were busted. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So I went back to the cubicle, and it was empty. I don't mean someone's out for the day empty. I mean no computer, no monitor, no chair, no lamp, no desk calendar. Just dust rings on the floor and a lone Ethernet cable snaked against the wall, unplugged. I checked my own drawer, thinking maybe I had a post-it note from Jim, a pen he lent me, something to prove he existed. That's when I found the note. It was in my top drawer, under a stack of forms. I didn't put it there. It wasn't folded. Just sitting there like it had been dropped in last second. In thick, uneven handwriting it said, "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." No signature, no punctuation. The ink looked smudged, like whoever wrote it did it in a hurry or with shaky hands. I stared at it for probably 5 full minutes. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't know who I'd even tell. HR? The police? I feel like if I say the words out loud, something will shift. Like I'll cross a line I can't uncross. Because here's the thing, the cubicle Jim sat in, it's not in our seating chart. I checked the printed map we all get during onboarding. Every desk is labeled. Mine is B12. Janice is B14. B13, Jim's desk, is just listed as spare, but it's not a spare desk. It was his. I saw him at it every day. I heard him typing. I heard him clearing his throat. I've passed him coffee creamer during our 3 p.m. lull. And now it's like he never existed. I looked through my work inbox. No emails from him. I swear we exchanged at least 5 or 6 password resets, printer jams, calendar stuff, all gone. His name isn't in the directory, not first or last. and when I asked IT if I could submit a ticket on behalf of the person who sat next to me, the guy gave me a weird look. "There's no active user assigned to that port," he said. "Nobody's logged in there since last summer." "That doesn't make sense. I saw Jim yesterday morning. Or at least, I thought I did. I don't know what this is. A glitch? A prank? A nervous breakdown on my end? But when I came in this morning, I swear the air smelled like his coffee. That same burned, bitter edge that only happens when you let it sit too long on the burner. And I keep catching something out of the corner of my eye, a shape, right in the space where his cubicle used to be. I haven't thrown the note away. I keep it in my jacket pocket, and I'm not asking anyone else about him. Not yet. I laid in bed with the light on, fully dressed, like some part of me expected to get pulled back into the office. Or, like I was afraid if I closed my eyes too long, I'd wake up and the apartment would be gone too. That's how off everything feels now. Like the world is made of layers, and one of them just shifted a little too far out of alignment. I kept checking the sticky note in my pocket. "Don't ask about me, they'll notice you next." The handwriting still looked uneven, left leaning, a little shaky. I kept trying to picture Jim writing it, hunched over his desk, glancing over his shoulder. The part I can't get past is how it ended up in my drawer. I didn't see him the day before he disappeared. At least, I don't think I did, but maybe that's the point. Maybe he was already fading. This morning, I told myself I wasn't going to look for more clues. I was going to show up, do my work, keep my head down, no questions, no notes. Just finish my shift and go home. Pretend I never knew Jim, but that lasted maybe half an hour. The silence in that part of the floor is different now. It's not the usual office quiet where you can still hear typing and low phone calls. It's deeper, more hollow, like the sound just doesn't land right. I started noticing little things, like the cubicle wall next to mine, the one that used to separate my space from Jim's. It's slightly warped now, like it was taken down and reinstalled wrong. And there's this tiny ripple in the carpet, where his chair used to roll back and forth. Nobody seems to see it. Around 10, I pretended I needed to fix my printer settings and walked past HR. I looked through the frosted glass at their little corkboard. That's where they post birthdays and anniversaries and welcome signs for new hires. The board was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped. I could have sworn Jim's 5-year anniversary had been listed there just a few weeks ago. But now, the pins are all in odd places, like something was ripped down in a rush. I didn't go inside. I was too scared someone would see me looking, and I don't know what I'd say if they asked what I was looking for. Back at my desk, I opened our internal directory again, typed Jim into the employee search. Still nothing, not even a list of terminated employees. I typed in his full name, or what I thought was his full name. I wasn't even sure anymore. It's like my brain's already starting to file him under dream. Around lunch, I noticed another thing that shook me more than I expected. There's a coat rack at the end of our row. It's built into the wall. Kind of an ugly thing, beige metal. 3 hooks, never fully straight. Every day, Jim used to hang his coat there. Same charcoal jacket, a little too tight in the shoulders. I know, because it used to brush against mine when we both arrived early. Today, the rack was gone. Not empty. Gone. The wall where it used to be was patched and painted over, badly, like someone did it in a rush with the wrong shade of beige. You can still see where the screws used to go, 4 faint holes like pinpricks. When I asked maintenance about it, the guy just looked at me and said, "What rack?" And I swear he meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely didn't know what I was talking about. That's when I started watching other people more closely. Just little things. How they moved through the office, who they nodded to, what names they dropped in conversation. Most of them avoided the space beside my cubicle completely. They'd circle around it, like it wasn't there. A few glanced at it, confused, like they expected something else. But none of them stopped. Then around 3 in the afternoon I noticed something else. The guy 2 rows down, Marcus, his phone rang. He answered it with his usual claims and billing, Marcus speaking. Then he paused, and I saw it, just for a second. This flicker of confusion in his face. Like he didn't recognize the voice on the other end. He kept nodding, saying, "Uh-huh," but his eyes were scanning the room, like he was looking for someone who wasn't there anymore. Then he hung up, looked around, and his expression was completely blank, like he had already forgotten the call. I waited until he went to the restroom and checked his phone. The display showed no recent calls. That's when I realized it's not just about Jim. Something's spreading. I remembered what the note said. "They'll notice you next." I don't know who they are, but I think noticing is the trigger. Like attention feeds whatever this is. The more you remember, the more you ask, the more the edges of reality start to give. I think that's what happened to Jim. He must have known something, or seen someone else disappear, and he tried to hold on to it too long, tried to push back. And the system, the building, the floor, whatever corrected itself. I think this place is erasing people. Not killing. Not relocating. Just removing. And once they're gone, it rearranges itself to fit the new reality. Cubicle layouts shift, calendar entries vanish, even memories start to feel like guesses. I don't know how far this goes, or how many people it's happened to already, but I'm starting to feel it creeping toward me. Little things. My badge glitched at the door this morning. Said access denied for half a second before unlocking. My nameplate was crooked when I got in. I never leave it like that. And just now, as I was finishing this, the sticky note is missing from my pocket. I didn't drop it. I checked the floor. I checked my jacket. Gone. The air feels heavier now, like the office is watching me breathe. I left work early that day. I didn't ask. I just stood up, walked toward the elevators, and told myself if anyone stopped me, I'd pretend I was going to a meeting, but no one looked up. No one asked anything. The receptionist at the front desk didn't even blink. It was like I had already started to become invisible, and nobody cared. That was somehow worse than being confronted. I didn't go straight home. I sat in my car with the engine running, and just stared at the building through the windshield. I watched the windows of my floor, wondering if I'd see a flicker of movement, some small sign that the thing in that office knew I was trying to stay ahead of it. There was nothing. The weird part was, even though I should have been panicking, my head felt blank, like the fear had turned into something heavier, something tired. I didn't want to solve it. I just wanted to survive it. I knew if I went home and started Googling weird memory gaps or workplace disappearances, it would all unravel faster. So I made myself stop, just tried to breathe. I drove to a diner on the edge of town and sat there with a coffee for 2 hours. I watched people come in and out, normal people doing normal things. I felt like I was underwater, watching a world that didn't know it was thinning at the edges. When I finally went home, I checked everything in my apartment. Nothing missing, no notes, no signs of entry, but my calendar app had changed. An event I didn't recognize was there, review prep with Marcus, listed for 3 in the afternoon that day. I hadn't had a meeting. I hadn't spoken to Marcus at all. But now it was showing as completed, with a little check mark. I tapped it to open more details, and the app crashed. I opened it again, and the event was gone. Not moved, not archived, just gone. I sat there for 20 straight minutes, staring at my screen, willing the event to come back. It didn't. The next morning at work, I noticed Marcus wasn't in yet. I waited. He always gets there before 9. 9:15, nothing. 10 o'clock, his desk was empty. But his stuff was still there. Jacket on the back of the chair, coffee mug with the chip on the handle, notepad open with some numbers scribbled across it. That made my stomach twist, because it meant the process hadn't finished with him yet. He wasn't erased, not completely, just paused. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed. They didn't. In fact, one guy even said, "Hey, anyone seen Dennis?" I blinked. "You mean Marcus?" He frowned. "No, Dennis." Tall guy, brown hair, sits next to the copier. There is no Dennis on our floor. I checked the internal directory again, no Marcus. But now, suddenly, there was a Dennis H. listed under our department. I clicked on the name. The profile had one line. Started 3 months ago. Billing analyst. I leaned back and stared at the ceiling tiles. It was happening again. And this time I was watching it in real time. Marcus had been wiped and replaced, and no one knew it except me. Around noon I checked his desk again. Now the jacket was gone, the mug was gone, his chair was pushed in, the monitor was dark, the notepad was clean, not a single pen in the cup holder. Like it had never been used. I stood there too long and someone passed behind me and asked, looking for a seat. I shook my head and mumbled something about printer access. My voice didn't sound right, like it belonged to someone else. I spent the rest of the day trying not to blink, trying not to forget. I wrote Marcus's name on my palm with a pen, just one word, Marcus, over and over. But the ink kept smearing. By 3, it was just a blur. My hands were clean, but the name was gone. I started to wonder if I had made him up too. If Jim had been the first stage, and Marcus was the second, and I was next. At 4:30, I heard a whisper. Not in my ear, not behind me, from inside the cubicle where Jim used to sit. It was faint, barely more than breath, but it said my name. Not loud, not urgent, just present. I didn't move. I stared at my screen and held still like a kid hiding from something in the dark. The whisper didn't come again, but the temperature dropped, just slightly, like a cold breath had passed through that space. I left exactly on time. Not early, not late, just at 5 o'clock sharp. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't lock my drawer, just walked straight out. Again, no one looked at me. When I got home, I checked my voicemail. One missed call. Unknown number. The message was 2 seconds long. No words. Just the sound of quiet breathing. Not heavy, not threatening, just there. Like someone was standing nearby, waiting for me to speak first. I deleted it. Then I checked the one photo I had on my phone of the office. It was from a birthday last year. Janice brought cupcakes and made everyone pose. Jim was in that photo. I remember clearly because he stood all the way at the edge, half turned, awkward but smiling. I pulled it up. He wasn't there. Everyone else was. Same background, same cupcakes, same lighting. But the far right edge of the photo was empty space, like someone had been cut out perfectly. No glitch, no blur, just a clean absence, as if the space had always been like that. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the lights on again. I kept the closet door shut, even though I never do. And when I closed my eyes, I swear I heard typing. Not in my apartment, from somewhere else, but close enough to hear. I didn't want to go back the next day, but skipping work wasn't something I ever did. It would draw attention, and attention, I was starting to realize, was the one thing I couldn't afford anymore. That seemed to be how this thing worked. It didn't come for people screaming in the middle of the office. It came for the quiet ones, the ones who noticed too much and said too little. The ones who hovered right on the edge of remembering. I walked in right at 7:50, the same time I always did. The elevator was empty. The hallway smelled the same stale coffee, carpet glue, and printer ink. Nothing looked different at first. But when I turned the corner and saw our row of cubicles, I knew something was off again. The lighting was colder, maybe not visibly dimmer, but it felt harsher. Like someone had replaced the bulbs with copies that weren't quite right. The color was just a little too flat. My desk was untouched. That's what scared me the most. Everything was exactly the way I had left it. Keyboard tilted slightly, second monitor unplugged because it kept shorting out. But I noticed something strange under the edge of my desk. The carpet was cleaner than the rest, a perfect rectangle of newer fibers, like something had been sitting there until recently. A chair, maybe, or a bag. I checked under the desk and felt around, even though I already knew nothing would be there. At 9:15, the phones started ringing, but only some of them. Ours never rang much anyway, but now the sound was thinner, like half the office wasn't calling out anymore. Like the people on the other end of the line had started disappearing too. Janice didn't show up for work that day. No one mentioned her. Not even once. I stood near the break room and waited to hear someone say her name, but all I got were a few passing conversations about reports and deadlines and someone from payroll moving offices. Nobody said her name. I checked her cubicle. It was still full: coffee mug, paper clips, a little cactus she always said she forgot to water, but her photo was missing. The one she kept pinned to the felt wall, her and her dog, back when he was still alive. It had been there every day for years. Now the pin was still in place, but the photo was gone. I asked a guy from accounting if he'd seen Janice. He said Janice, and just repeated the word back to me like it was a question he didn't quite understand. Janice, I said again. Sits by the copier. Usually wears those green earrings. He blinked. You mean, Carol? I just nodded. That was the safest thing now. Nod and move on. Carol is not a real person. She's a placeholder. So was Dennis. So was whatever name comes next. I went back to my desk and started writing everything down by hand. No typing, no emails, just a notebook. I wrote Jim's name, then Marcus, then Janice. I wrote down everything I could remember about each one, the way Jim's chair used to squeak when he leaned back, the gum Marcus used to chew even though it was against policy, the little hum Janice made when she was focusing, not a song, just a low sound in her throat, barely audible. I filled 6 pages. I kept the notebook in my coat pocket. Not my drawer, not my locker, on me. At 12:30, the cafeteria was quiet. Usually there's some noise trays, microwaves, the hiss of the coffee machine. But today it felt like walking into a rehearsal space after everyone packed up. The vending machines were lit, but not humming. There was a sandwich in one of the racks that looked familiar, like the same one that had been there the day before, and maybe the day before that. I sat down with my packed lunch, which I hadn't packed. That part messed with me more than I want to admit. I didn't bring anything from home that morning. But at noon, there was a plastic container in my bag. Turkey sandwich, mustard, exactly the way I used to make it when I still cared enough to prep lunches. But I hadn't made this one, not recently. The bread was too dry, like it had been sitting in a fridge for a while. I didn't eat it. I threw it in the trash and walked out. When I got back to my desk, the cactus from Janice's cubicle was now on mine. No one saw it happen. No one else noticed. It was just there. Same chipped pot, same slightly tilted soil, same faint scent of decay. I didn't touch it. I didn't move it. I just wrote down another note in my book. The more I write, the more I remember. That's the only thing I've found that works. Everything digital gets wiped. My phone camera stopped working this morning. Not broken. It just won't open the app. The memory fills up, then empties itself. Even my contacts are starting to shift. Names I don't recognize, people I never met. I called one number by accident, one that used to belong to my sister, and a man answered, not just any man, a man who knew my name. And when I asked who he was, he said, "You're almost out of order." I hung up. I threw the phone in the trash behind the building. I didn't even watch it fall. I just turned and walked away. I don't know how much time I have. I can feel the edges getting thinner. Words start to stutter when I talk too fast, like the air around me can't keep up. I saw my reflection in the monitor go dim today, not shut off, just dim, and my reflection didn't blink when I did. I think the building is absorbing us, not the company. The place itself. The cubicles, the walls, the old carpets with their chemical-smelling fibers, it's all part of it. And the ones who ask questions first. They get noticed, and when they get noticed, they go quiet. The lights flickered again this morning, only in our row, just for a second, enough to make the bulbs blink and reset the monitors. I waited for someone to comment, maybe a joke about the building falling apart, but no one said anything. I glanced over at the cubicle across from me and realized it was empty. I used to know who sat there. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but when I try to focus on it, it slips sideways like a word in a dream. I remember the person's laugh, that's all. A short, sharp sound like they were always halfway to choking on it. But their desk is gone now. Not just empty gone. The cubicle wall is there, but the inside is bare. Carpet flattened, cable unplugged, nothing to mark anyone was ever there. The cactus moved again. It's on my desk now, not just next to the monitor, right in front of the keyboard, sitting like a warning or a placeholder. I tried to move it once, just to push it to the side, but my hand froze halfway there. My fingers curled without touching it. I can't explain why. It's like something in my body refused. I spent most of the morning avoiding eye contact with anyone. There are fewer people now. The floor used to feel comfortably busy. That low drone of typing, phone calls, the occasional throat clear or laugh. Now it's hollow. Every noise feels isolated. Every conversation feels like the last one of the day. Around 10:30, I went looking for old files. There's a storage room near the copy center. Hardly anyone uses it anymore since everything went digital. But I remembered that HR used to keep backup records in there. I pretended I was looking for toner and slipped inside. It was cold, colder than I expected, like the air hadn't moved in weeks. Dust layered across the shelves, boxes lined up neatly but unlabeled. I started flipping through them. Most were filled with outdated training binders and payroll slips from more than a decade ago. But in the back, under a stack of discarded nameplates, I found a folder. No name. Just a deep scratch across the cover like it had been dragged against concrete. Inside were printouts of ID photos, all black and white, all slightly out of focus, dozens of them, some familiar, some not. I recognized Jim, I recognized Marcus, I even saw Janice, her head turned slightly to the side like the camera caught her off guard. At the bottom of the stack was a single page of typed notes. I copied it into my notebook word for word. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew it wouldn't last if I didn't. The page said, Stage 4 initiated. Memory saturation confirmed. Targets reverting to placeholders. Primary observer still active. Proceed with caution. System compensating. That was all. No names, no signature, just those lines, like someone had been tracking this from the beginning. I didn't hear anyone come in, but when I looked up, the door was closing. I left the room without checking the hallway, just walked back to my desk, sat down, and stared at the cactus. It looked different, like it had grown, just slightly. The base was wider. A small crack in the pot hadn't been there before. I checked my email. Nothing, no meetings, no assignments. Just one flagged message that read, "Reminder, your orientation is scheduled for tomorrow." That makes no sense. I have worked here for 5 years. There is no orientation. Not for me. I clicked the message. It was empty. Just white space. Then the screen blinked and the email was gone. That afternoon, someone new sat in the cubicle next to me. I didn't hear them arrive. Just looked up and they were there. Young, maybe late 20s, plain dress shirt, no jacket, clean face, no expression, typing steadily, no hesitation. I leaned over slowly, trying not to seem obvious. "Hey," I said. The person looked up, not startled, just mildly curious. "Do you know who was here before you?" They tilted their head. "I've always been here." They smiled, but their eyes didn't match the smile. Something in their face didn't move right. "What's your name?" I asked. They paused, then said, "I'm Jim." I didn't respond. I just stared at them until they turned back to their screen. That wasn't Jim. It wasn't even close. But the name was the right one, the first one I remembered disappearing. This thing, whatever it is, it's starting to recycle, filling spaces with something close enough to pass until no one questions it, replacing memory with suggestion, swapping people with placeholders. I don't think I have much time left. I can feel the edges starting to blur. The words on this page look slightly off, not the spelling, the letters themselves, like the font is subtly changing, one letter at a time. Like it's trying to convince me I made them up. Tomorrow's the day, I think. Orientation. That's what the message said. I don't know what that means, but I think it's the end, or the start of something worse. I got up early this morning, not because I had to. I didn't sleep. I haven't, really, in days, not in the way that counts. I keep drifting off for seconds at a time, long blinks where the room looks different when my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling creaks like something's breathing behind it. I leave the lights on now, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I'm afraid of waking up and not recognizing the shape of things anymore. When I stepped outside, the sky looked thinner than usual. Not gray, not overcast, just faded, like the blue had been washed out and stretched too far across the sky. It reminded me of the old computer wallpapers from a decade ago, the ones that looked realistic until you stared too long and noticed they were fake. I stood there for a few minutes, looking up, and I thought, this is what the edge looks like. The office lobby smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee that had been burning on the warmer since 6 in the morning, paper that had been stored too long in sealed boxes. The security guard nodded at me like he always did, but he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I don't think his name exists anymore. I know it used to, but it's gone now. Not on his badge, Not in my head, just gone. When I got to my floor, I walked past the desk where Janice used to sit. Now it belongs to someone else. A man in a navy sweater with no name tag. He doesn't look up. He types steadily, hands never stopping. I keep walking. The cubicle next to mine is empty again. No chair, no monitor, no cactus. That's how I know it's today. My calendar says orientation, just that word. No time, no details. I didn't add it. I don't know who did, but I'm not going to ignore it. If I have to disappear, I want to see how it happens. At 9:30, the elevator dings. It shouldn't. No one ever comes up to this floor that late. Anyone who works here is already in by then. Anyone who doesn't shouldn't be here. But the door opens, and someone steps out. A man in a gray suit, clean-shaven, maybe in his 40s. I've never seen him before, but he walks like he belongs here. He doesn't look left or right. He walks straight toward me. And when he reaches my cubicle, he doesn't speak. He just places a small white envelope on my keyboard and walks away. I wait until he's gone. Then I open it. Inside is a card, plain, no logo, just one sentence typed neatly in the center. You are ready. I put the card in my notebook. I don't need to pack anything. There's nothing to take with me. I walk down the hallway past rows of cubicles that feel too quiet. I don't hear phones ringing anymore. I don't hear keyboards. Just the sound of the lights buzzing faintly and the air vents clicking on and off. I pass the copier room. The light is off. The smell of toner is strong. Stronger than usual, like the machine has been running non-stop even though no one uses it anymore. I reach the end of the hall. There's a door there now. I've never seen it before. It's painted the same color as the walls that washed out beige that's supposed to look clean but always feels a little sickly. The handle is metal, cool to the touch. I pause, hand hovering just above it. For a second, I think about leaving, just turning around, walking out, and never coming back. But then I hear a voice behind me. It says my name. Not loud, not aggressive, just patient. I don't turn around. I open the door and step through. It's not what I expected. No machines, no control room, no glowing lights or rows of screens. Just a small office, desk, chair, another chair across from it, a single plant in the corner, fluorescent lights overhead, and sitting behind the desk, Jim. Or someone wearing Jim's face. He looks up and smiles. Not forced, not cruel, just calm. Have a seat, he says. I sit. You've done well, he says. You remembered. I want to ask what that means. I want to ask who he is, what this place is, why people vanish, but I don't. Because I already know. It's not about answers. It's about replacement. You'll be moved to the other side, he says. You'll sit in the next row, the ones behind the copy room. I nod. He hands me a nameplate. It has a different name on it. Not mine. But it still feels like me. That's how I know I'm ready. I stand. Walked back out. Everything feels easier now. Lighter. When I reach my new desk, someone else is already sitting next to it. They look nervous. They glance at me, about to say something. I smile. They smile back. Their name is already fading. And the cactus is back, right where it should be. I honestly do not know what I expected from posting this. I have written and deleted this a few times now. It still makes my stomach turn when I think about it, and I guess I just need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe this helps someone. I do not know. It started a few months ago. My husband and I had been struggling with work schedules, late nights, and just general exhaustion from juggling everything. We have a 5-year-old daughter. Bright, sweet, a little shy, but very tuned in to people. She's one of those kids who picks up on tone and energy before you even speak. Always has been. We decided we needed some help, just a few nights a week. Someone to watch her for a few hours after school until one of us got home. I put out a few inquiries, asked friends and co-workers, and eventually we got a recommendation. A young woman named Chloe came from a family one of my colleagues knew. Early 20s, had a clean record, CPR certified, the whole deal. She seemed professional, friendly but not overly so. I met her twice before she officially started and everything felt fine. The first few weeks were uneventful. She arrived on time, brought little snacks, sometimes small crafts for my daughter. My daughter liked her, at least at first. I will say, looking back, she was never overly excited about Chloe the way she had been about past sitters, but nothing stood out as off, not until a few weeks in. I noticed my daughter started to become reserved, not scared, not visibly upset, just quiet in a way that felt unnatural for her. I asked her once, just gently, if everything was okay with Chloe. She nodded quickly, too quickly, and said, "She's nice," which should have reassured me, but it didn't. It felt rehearsed. And then she changed the subject completely. One night, after I put her to bed, she asked me if she could sleep with the light on. That was new. I asked if she had a bad dream, and she said no. I asked why then, and she hesitated before saying, "Miss Chloe talks to the man in the necklace after we go to sleep." I will never forget how she said that. Completely matter of fact, no fear, like it was just something she had observed. I asked her what she meant. She pointed to her own neck and mimicked holding something up to her mouth. "She talks here, quiet, like whispering. I think she tells him what we're doing." It chilled me, not going to lie, but I also didn't want to scare her, so I kept my face neutral and said maybe she was just talking on the phone. She frowned and said, "No, phones have buttons. Her necklace just has a little circle." That was when I started paying closer attention. The next time Chloe came over, I watched her more closely. Her necklace was nothing fancy, just a black cord with a silver circle pendant, plain, about the size of a coin. It didn't light up or flash or anything like that, but once you had the idea in your head, you could not unsee it, the way she touched it, the way she adjusted it constantly, like she was checking something. I didn't say anything at first, I just observed. Then one evening, when Chloe had gone home and my daughter was asleep, I went into the guest room we let Chloe use to store her bag and coat. She always left her things in there. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I just needed to see there was nothing weird and I could move on. Inside her bag, I found a flash drive. It had a white label with the words "Private Collection" written on it in neat, careful handwriting. My stomach dropped. I plugged it into my laptop with shaking hands. There were dozens of video files, all labeled by what looked like street addresses. Some had names, some just had dates. I recognized one of the folders immediately. It was our address. Inside were over a dozen short video clips, footage from inside our house, our living room, my daughter's bedroom, some from high up, like from the top of a bookshelf. Some lower down, near the door. All of it looked like it had been recorded over several weeks. And some of it, I swear, was from before she had even officially started working with us. I sat there, staring at the screen, heart racing. The audio was low quality, but you could hear voices, my voice, my husband's, our daughter's. And in one clip, you could clearly see Chloe adjusting her necklace, and the angle of the video shifted slightly, as if the lens itself had moved. I called the police that night. They came out, took statements, collected the flash drive. They also took her necklace, which we had found in the guest room. She had forgotten it. It was heavier than it looked, and the back had a tiny, almost invisible seam around the edge. Hidden tech, probably. I did not want to touch it more than I had to. The officers were serious. No eye rolling, no brushing it off. They said they had seen a few similar devices before. They asked for the names of other families who might have used her. We gave them everything we had. That was the beginning. I don't think I've ever felt that specific kind of sick before. That heavy, leaden pressure in your chest when you realize something you thought was just paranoia is real. And not just real worse than you imagined. The police took everything seriously, which I wasn't expecting. Part of me thought they'd try to talk me down or say there was probably a logical explanation, but they didn't. One of the officers, the younger one, stayed behind to ask a few more questions while the other went back to the car with the evidence. He asked things like, had we seen Chloe use any other devices? Did she ever leave the room with our daughter alone for long stretches? Did we know where she was staying? I had no idea. She always arrived and left on time, never made personal calls around us, never even mentioned her living arrangements. I gave him the contact info we had, the number we had been using to reach her, which suddenly went straight to voicemail, and the name of the family who had originally recommended her. He nodded and said they would be following up with everyone she'd had contact with. Before they left, I asked the question that had been in the back of my mind since I found the footage. Is this something you've seen before? The officer paused. Then he said, not exactly, but it's close. He didn't explain, just told us someone from the department's cyber division would be in touch. That night, I barely slept. Every noise felt suspicious. Every corner of the house seemed like it could be hiding something. I pulled out every drawer, moved every piece of furniture, checked behind every door. I did not want to believe we had been watched for weeks, maybe longer, and never known. But that's exactly what happened. The next morning, an officer from a different unit called. He said his team had started reviewing the flash drive we turned over and needed to ask some follow-up questions. We agreed to meet later that day. He didn't come in uniform. No name badge, no cruiser. Just a plain dark jacket and a quiet voice. He introduced himself, but to be honest, I don't remember his name. All I remember is what he said. They had found footage from at least 6 different homes. Some were clearly from our neighborhood. Others looked like they were from entirely different cities. The timestamp data had been wiped, but a few audio files still had background noise music, doorbells, local news on the television, and that gave them some leads. But what made my stomach twist was how far back it seemed to go. He said there were signs this might have been happening for over a year. And not just with Chloe. There were different camera angles, different necklace styles, even footage that looked like it was taken from a child's toy, all somehow tied together through that one flash drive. I asked if it could be a trafficking thing. He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either. He said there were patterns, certain addresses appearing more than once, certain children being filmed over and over again, always in the same rooms, with the same camera setup. No audio in some, but in others, faint voices in the background, conversations that didn't match the family's voices. And one clip, he didn't describe it in detail, had been flagged for something more serious. That's when I stopped him. I didn't want to know. Not yet. It was already too much. He said they had identified 2 of the families in the footage and had reached out. One of them didn't even know their child had been filmed. The other? Their daughter had gone missing 6 months ago. The sitter they had hired, someone calling herself Chloe as well, had vanished the same day. No trace, no clues, just a fake name and an address that turned out to be a short-term rental under another fake identity. And that's when the whole thing shifted from creepy to something else. Something horrifying. This wasn't just about a girl filming for herself. It wasn't just a violation of privacy. It was part of something coordinated, deliberate, something that used trust and familiarity to get access to homes and children without ever setting off alarm bells. The officer said they were working with federal investigators now. They had opened a larger case. They asked for permission to scan our home, not just a walkthrough, but a forensic scan for hidden devices. We agreed immediately. They came the next day with equipment, black cases, scanners, quiet conversations on walkie-talkies. I kept my daughter at my sister's that night. I didn't want her anywhere near the chaos. And I didn't want to explain why there were men lifting up the floorboards in her closet. They found 2 hidden cameras we didn't know about. One inside a smoke detector in the hallway, and one inside a nightlight in her bedroom. Both transmitting, not storing, which meant someone had been watching live, not reviewing old clips. Watching. I felt like my whole body disconnected when they told me that, like I was floating above the room watching someone else fall apart. I didn't cry, I didn't scream. I just sat down and stared at the wall. One of the officers asked if I was okay, and I said yes. But I wasn't. I still am not. We changed every lock, canceled every device, got rid of every object Chloe had ever touched, but none of that undoes what happened. None of it erases the fact that someone watched my daughter sleep, that someone pretended to be kind and trustworthy and good, and then violated every inch of safety we thought we had. The last thing the officer said before leaving that night was that we should be proud we acted quickly, that we might have stopped something worse from happening. But that's not how it feels. Not at all. The next few days were a blur. I started carrying this low, constant hum of anxiety around with me, like something had settled just under my skin. I was jumpy in my own home. Every sound felt suspicious. Every silence felt worse. I kept expecting to see someone standing in the hallway just outside of view. I knew it didn't make sense, but sense had stopped mattering. The officers came back with more questions on the following Tuesday. They sat in our living room again, notebooks open, calm voices. One of them knew someone from a specialized investigations unit, I think. She had that steady presence some people have, like nothing you say will rattle them. But when I told her everything we had found in Chloe's bag, she didn't ask me to repeat it. She just nodded like she had heard it all before. She said more families had been contacted, that they were now tracing at least 11 different sets of footage across 3 states, and those were just the ones on our flash drive. Some of the videos showed faces. Some had audio. A few, disturbingly, seemed to include footage that did not line up with any known residents, which meant there were likely more families who still didn't know. Then she asked if we had ever seen Chloe around our neighborhood before she applied, maybe at the park, or a local shop, or anywhere she might have had an excuse to be. We both said no. My husband looked at me with this expression that said, "Should we have noticed something?" The officer said they believed she or whoever trained her might have been scouting families before making contact. Apparently, our footage began nearly 2 full weeks before we interviewed her. That realization hit like a punch to the stomach. I had always thought we chose her, that we were in control of that decision, but now it felt like we had been picked, like someone had been watching us long before we even knew they existed. The officer said they were working with tech analysts to trace where the footage had been uploaded or streamed. That part was complicated, she said. Whoever was behind this knew what they were doing. Layers of encryption, jump servers, fake metadata. But they had found a few threads, low-res previews of stills that had been shared on hidden forums. Forums, she said, that traffickers sometimes use to mark families of interest. My hands were cold just hearing the words. Families of interest. My family. She didn't go into detail, and I didn't ask. I didn't want to know what kind of people looked at our home and saw a target. I didn't want to know how long they had been following us. I just wanted it to stop. They promised to keep us updated. That was the end of the conversation. The officers left, and then the silence came back. That silence I hated now. That too perfect quiet that made the flat feel like a stage after the audience had gone home. I found myself staring at corners again, listening too hard. Later that night, my daughter woke up crying. It wasn't a nightmare cry. It was one of those quiet, choked sobs kids do when they're trying not to make noise. I found her sitting up in bed, blanket clutched to her chest, staring toward the door. She said, "I saw her again." I didn't even have to ask who. I held her and told her she was safe, that Chloe wasn't coming back, that nobody could hurt her, but she shook her head and said, "Not Chloe, the man." That stopped me. "What man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "The man from the necklace," she whispered. I asked her what he looked like. She didn't answer. She just said, He watches too. I didn't sleep after that. I sat in the hallway outside her door all night. Nothing moved, nothing whispered, but I still didn't sleep. I kept thinking about what she said, the man. It made me wonder if Chloe had ever let someone else into the house, if maybe she had not worked alone. Maybe someone had stood in the same rooms I now walked through, invisible to us, waiting. The next morning, I emailed the detective. I told her what my daughter said. She replied a few hours later. No official details. Just that they were looking into connections Chloe might have had. And that yes, there was a possibility she had not been working alone. The implication was there in the silence that followed. They didn't know how far this went, or how many clothes there were. Over the next few days, I noticed my daughter start to slowly return to herself. She laughed more. She asked for her bedtime stories again. She even started humming while she played, which she used to do all the time. I wanted so badly to believe it was over, that the worst had passed. But I still felt it, like a draft in the room, no matter how tightly you shut the windows. Then something strange happened. We got a letter in the post. No return address, no stamp. Just a plain white envelope on our doorstep. Inside was a photograph. Black and white, slightly grainy, but recent. It showed my daughter, sitting in the back garden, coloring. I was in the photo too, through the kitchen window, holding a cup of tea. We never heard the shutter, never saw a person, but someone had taken it, which means someone was close, closer than we thought. The photograph unsettled me deeply. It was a candid shot of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera. I was visible through the kitchen window, sipping tea. The realization that someone had been close enough to capture this image without our knowledge was terrifying. I handed the photo to the detective the next morning. She examined it carefully, noting the angle and lighting. "This was taken recently," she said. "We'll have our forensic team analyze it for fingerprints or any other trace evidence." The investigation intensified. The police discovered that Chloe had used multiple aliases and had been employed by several families across different states. Each case had similar patterns: hidden cameras, unauthorized footage, and in some instances, missing personal items. One family reported that their child had mentioned a friend who visited at night, someone only the child could see. Another family found unfamiliar footprints in their home, leading to rooms that were supposed to be off-limits. The stories were eerily similar, suggesting a coordinated effort rather than isolated incidents. The authorities began to suspect that Chloe was part of a larger network involved in surveillance and possibly trafficking. They traced her movements and found that she had connections to individuals previously investigated for similar crimes. The evidence pointed to a well-organized operation targeting families under the guise of child care services. Our home was searched thoroughly. The forensic team found additional hidden devices, a small camera concealed in a smoke detector, and another in a decorative wall clock. Both were transmitting data to an unknown location. The realization that our private moments had been broadcasted was horrifying. The detectives assured us that they were doing everything possible to dismantle the network. They collaborated with federal agencies, sharing information and coordinating efforts. The case expanded, uncovering more victims and leading to several arrests. Despite the progress, the emotional toll on our family was immense. My daughter became withdrawn, fearful of being alone. We sought therapy to help her cope with the trauma. The sense of violation lingered, making it difficult to feel safe in our own home. The community was shocked as news of the investigation spread. Parents questioned their own childcare arrangements, and many came forward with concerns about their experiences. The authorities set up a hotline for tips and information, leading to more discoveries and aiding the ongoing investigation. As the case unfolded, it became clear that the network had exploited modern technology to infiltrate homes and gather sensitive information. They used sophisticated equipment and tactics to avoid detection, making it challenging for law enforcement to track them. The detectives emphasized the importance of vigilance and encouraged families to be cautious when hiring caregivers. They provided resources and guidelines to help identify potential red flags and ensure the safety of children. Our experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind seemingly trustworthy individuals. It highlighted the need for thorough background checks and open communication within families about any concerns or unusual behavior. The investigation continued, with authorities determined to bring all those involved to justice. While the process was slow and arduous, each step brought us closer to understanding the full extent of the network's operations. Through it all, we focused on healing and rebuilding our sense of security. We took measures to enhance our home's safety, including installing a comprehensive security system and being more selective about who we allowed into our lives. The journey was far from over, but we remained hopeful that justice would prevail and that our story would serve as a warning to others. The experience taught us the importance of trust, awareness, and the need to protect our loved ones from hidden threats. The photograph unsettled me deeply. It was a candid shot of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera. I was visible through the kitchen window, sipping tea. The realization that someone had been close enough to capture this image without our knowledge was terrifying. I handed the photo to the detective the next morning. She examined it carefully, noting the angle and lighting. "This was taken recently," she said. "We'll have our forensic team analyze it for fingerprints or any other trace evidence." The investigation intensified. The police discovered that Chloe had used multiple aliases and had been employed by several families across different states. Each case had similar patterns: hidden cameras, unauthorized footage, and in some instances, missing personal items. One family reported that their child had mentioned a friend who visited at night, someone only the child could see. Another family found unfamiliar footprints in their home, leading to rooms that were supposed to be off-limits. The stories were eerily similar, suggesting a coordinated effort rather than isolated incidents. The authorities began to suspect that Chloe was part of a larger network involved in surveillance and possibly trafficking. They traced her movements and found that she had connections to individuals previously investigated for similar crimes. The evidence pointed to a well-organized operation targeting families under the guise of child care services. Our home was searched thoroughly. The forensic team found additional hidden devices, a small camera concealed in a smoke detector and another in a decorative wall clock. Both were transmitting data to an unknown location. The realization that our private moments had been broadcasted was horrifying. The detectives assured us that they were doing everything possible to dismantle the network. They collaborated with federal agencies, sharing information and coordinating efforts. The case expanded, uncovering more victims and leading to several arrests. Despite the progress, the emotional toll on our family was immense. My daughter became withdrawn, fearful of being alone. We sought therapy to help her cope with the trauma. The sense of violation lingered, making it difficult to feel safe in our own home. The community was shocked as news of the investigation spread. Parents questioned their own child care arrangements, and many came forward with concerns about their experiences. The authorities set up a hotline for tips and information, leading to more discoveries and aiding the ongoing investigation. As the case unfolded, it became clear that the network had exploited modern technology to infiltrate homes and gather sensitive information. They used sophisticated equipment and tactics to avoid detection, making it challenging for law enforcement to track them. The detectives emphasized the importance of vigilance and encouraged families to be cautious when hiring caregivers. They provided resources and guidelines to help identify potential red flags and ensure the safety of children. Our experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind seemingly trustworthy individuals. It highlighted the need for thorough background checks and open communication within families about any concerns or unusual behavior. The investigation continued, with authorities determined to bring all those involved to justice. While the process was slow and arduous, each step brought us closer to understanding the full extent of the network's operations. Through it all, we focused on healing and rebuilding our sense of security. We took measures to enhance our home's safety, including installing a comprehensive security system and being more selective about who we allowed into our lives. The journey was far from over, but we remained hopeful that justice would prevail and that our story would serve as a warning to others. The experience taught us the importance of trust, awareness, and the need to protect our loved ones from hidden threats. The days following the discovery of the photograph were a blur of police visits, forensic teams, and media inquiries. Our home, once a sanctuary, had become a hub of investigation. The authorities worked diligently, uncovering more hidden devices and tracing the network Chloe had been a part of. Each revelation was more disturbing than the last. The police informed us that Chloe was not acting alone. She was part of a larger organization involved in surveillance and trafficking. They had used advanced technology to infiltrate homes, gather information, and exploit families. The necklace was just one of many tools in their arsenal. As the investigation progressed, several arrests were made. The network was dismantled piece by piece, and the authorities assured us that the threat had been neutralized. Chloe was apprehended in another state, attempting to assume a new identity. She was charged with multiple offenses, including invasion of privacy and child endangerment. Despite the legal victories, the emotional scars remained. Our daughter struggled with nightmares and anxiety. We enrolled her in therapy, hoping to help her process the trauma. Slowly, she began to heal, finding comfort in routines and the unwavering support of her family. We took measures to secure our home, installing a comprehensive security system and being more vigilant about who we allowed into our lives. Trust, once given freely, was now earned through careful scrutiny. The community rallied around us, offering support and sharing their own stories. Many had experienced similar invasions of privacy, and together, we formed a network to raise awareness and promote safety. Workshops were organized, and resources were shared to educate others about the dangers lurking behind seemingly innocent facades. Months passed, and life began to resemble normalcy. Our daughter laughed more, the shadows in her eyes fading with each passing day. We found solace in the small victories, cherishing the moments of peace that had once been taken for granted. One evening, as we sat together in the living room, our daughter turned to me and asked, "Is the man in the necklace gone forever?" I hesitated, unsure of how to answer. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that the danger had passed, but the truth was more complex. I knelt beside her, taking her small hands in mine. "The people who hurt us have been caught," I said gently, "but it's important to stay aware and protect ourselves. We can't control everything, but we can be prepared." She nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting a wisdom beyond her years. "I won't let anyone hurt us again," she whispered. In the quiet that followed, I realized that while the physical threat had been eliminated, the psychological impact would linger. But we were stronger now, forged by adversity and united in resilience. As we continued to rebuild our lives, I often found myself reflecting on the events that had transpired. The betrayal, the fear, the violation of our most sacred space, it all served as a stark reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a smile. Yet, amidst the pain, there was growth. We had become more vigilant, more connected, and more appreciative of the simple joys in life. Our family bond had deepened, fortified by the trials we had endured. In the end, the experience left us with a profound understanding of the fragility of trust and the importance of vigilance. We learned to question, to observe, and to protect what mattered most. And as I watched my daughter play in the backyard, her laughter echoing through the air, I couldn't help but wonder how many others had faced similar threats without ever knowing. How many lives had been touched by unseen eyes and unheard whispers. The answers eluded me, but one thing was certain: we would never be the same. And perhaps, in that transformation, we had found a new kind of strength.